Hi everybody, it's Eric. I'm making a game. It's called the Godkiller. And I do it every day, every single day, without fail for 85 in a row. And that's with the little number above my head up here. It says PED 85. 85 days in a row where I made some progress on the game every day. Not just effort, not just work, but forward motion. And here's what I'm going to do in this session. I'm going to give a little bit of advice to newer game developers, people kind of in that intermediate to new range that want to get more into the experienced area. And I'll do that, okay? And then I'm going to do a demo of two things that I completed yesterday. And after that, I'm going to do a whole bunch of work. And that's kind of the format right now. So first thing I wanted to talk about was assertions. So I was saying, maybe you want to get to a point where you're doing things in a more professional way. And you might want to do that even before somebody decides they're going to pay you to work on a software project. By the way, I've had for the last month a tradition of just saying something that was completely nonsense bullshit at the beginning. I'm being straight with you right here. Okay. So the reason why you might want to be more professional in your habits, even when you're not getting paid, even when you're just making some games in your spare time or learning how to program, is because it makes the difference between being able to finish a game or to get partway through it, see some cool stuff that you did, and then move on to something else. And I do not want to say a single bad thing about people who are just in that first stage where you're making essentially demos and then moving on to something else. That's part of the learning process. When you start out, maybe you make 10 projects like that before you finally get to here is an actual game that I could create and share with the world. So what separates the people who are making demos or kind of hobby projects for themselves and the people that can get something released that everyone can go and try out for themselves? It's usually code quality, because here's what happens as you go throughout your game. You add one thing, it's cool, it's neat, it works exactly as you hoped. You add a second thing, yeah, it's working fine. You add a third thing, there's a problem with the first thing, you gotta go back and maybe fix it, but you're kind of busy with the third thing. You notice there's a problem with the first thing you added, you finish the third thing, and then fourth, you just keep on adding things, but meanwhile it's getting harder and harder to do it, because when you add something else breaks. So there's a lot of things that prevent your project from basically rotting, just falling apart as you keep adding things to it. And those are the practices that differentiate an advanced developer from beginning developer or intermediate even. So I'm going to give you one of them, assertions. Yesterday, by the way, I talked about the debugger at the beginning of the session, so that's another one you may want to check out. So let me go to the work screen. I'm going to spend a couple minutes talking about this, not too long, then we'll move on to demo and other stuff. Okay. So here's an example of an assertion. If you want to write an assertion, all you got to do is say using Unity Engine, and that will automatically give you debug. Am I right about that? Did I take that out? Yeah, okay, yeah. Unity Engine will give you debug, and then you do .assert. Inside of here, this is the thing you're saying, I believe this is true, and if it's not true, it's a problem. Another nice thing is when you make a player build, which is the final build in Unity that's distributable, it will compile out all this code. So assertions are free as far as performance goes. I mean, you could say they slow down your code a little bit inside of the development environment. I don't think it's very likely they're going to do something noticeable there. But even if they did, you get to have them all removed when you make your player build. So don't worry about performance being hurt by adding assertions. So in this case, there's a function, and I'm looking at the direction of movement between 2 points, and I'm saying if one of these deltas no, I'm saying if both of these deltas are not 0, that would mean it's a diagonal movement, and I know that this function will not work well with diagonal movements. So if I have this assertion here and some calling code calls this and tries to do a diagonal movement, what I'll get is inside of the console log, I'll get an error message saying an assertion fired, and it will give me the file name and the line number that the assertion filed within, as well as the call stack, like all the functions that called into it before it got to the assertion. So I can go and check out that code pretty easily. I'll know something wrong if that fires. And then I have one more assertion underneath. If the 2 points are right next to each other, then that's a problem too. I don't expect that to ever be true. So if either of these assertions fire, I know that there's some kind of thing that I expected to be true that is not true, and it's a problem I should fix. I might fix it by changing the assertion if the assertion was bad, or I might change the calling code so that it doesn't create the situation which would cause these to fire. So these are your canary in the coal mine. They will squawk if they see evidence of something being wrong. Now it's better sometimes to more directly check things that you know to be true than to wait for all the things to happen that are going to be wrong and considered a bug. If execution continues past the point of that assertion. Okay, so it's better because you can more directly see the cause of a problem. So suppose that I don't have these assertions and I just run the code, and it draws this trail which is totally malformed. And it only does it under certain circumstances. And I'm like racking my head, this bug, it doesn't seem to have any pattern to it. Sometimes it shows up, sometimes it doesn't. Well, it might be hard for me to troubleshoot and debug that, but if I just see an assertion that says, well, this thing you expected to be true is not true, then that's going to shortcut the troubleshooting process. So use assertions. They're real easy to use. You can put them all over your code. The one thing you want to be a little bit careful about is don't put a statement inside of here that is going to change the values of any data. So you should keep this as a simple expression that you check for truth, and not like don't call like a function someplace and have it perform an operation and then see what the result of that operation is. You want to keep it pretty simple. In general, I would avoid calling functions inside of your expression here, because you don't know if maybe later that function will change and have some side effect. So I try to just keep it to just checking variables and what values are in them. You also have to consider that this code will compile out of your player. So if you're expecting this code, if you're depending on code inside of here to make a change to a value, then that code won't execute when you make your player. So this should just be read-only code, very simple. Check your values, avoid calling functions inside of assertions, and you'll be good. And this will solve more problems, way more problems for you than it will cause. So that's it. Use assertions. They're good. All right, let me get to demoing. So I did 2 things. Well, I did like maybe 5 or 6 things in yesterday's long weekend session on a Sunday. I fixed a bunch of bugs. There was one bug that I could not reliably reproduce. I couldn't cause it to happen reliably. And I thought, I don't want to lose track of this bug. If it happens again, I want some way to recreate what caused that bug to happen. So I made a feature where when I play through a level, it will actually save all the commands that I issued and I can replay them back. Let me go to a different scene. This is delete me 2. Let's go to delete me 1. These are just some test levels. I use them to contrive different situations. Okay. So the bug I was having a hard time reproducing, and I'll give it another shot, was over here in this area pushing these axles around. I'll go ahead and play through that. Do I have maximize set? I hope. Maximize on play? Yeah, I do. Cool. All right. Let's get the volume up a little. There we go. Okay. Let me see if I can get this bug to show up again. I may not be able to. That's okay, because it's right now I'm not trying to show you the bug. If I do, that's gravy. I want to show you a feature I made for troubleshooting. Okay, so right now the game is recording every movement that I make. Alright, so I'm going to hit the key D, and I'm going to unplay. When I hit the key D, what it did is it took all the commands I issued and it put them in this one text string. Okay, so then I just copy this long text. See, this notation means walk east, walk south, walk south, walk east, north, west, south, southwest, south, blah, blah. Then these uppercase ones, those are flinging actions. There's really only 8 commands that you can issue. So I just put them all there. Now in this game, the timing of when the commands are issued never matters. So it should be deterministic. Even if you wait 10 hours between pressing each command, it's the same thing as if you wait 10 milliseconds. So I'll go over to main. I've got this command playback text field here. I'll just paste those commands there. Now watch carefully, this will be over fast. When I hit play, what happens? So all you want to talk about a speed run? That was a pretty good speed run, I thought. So all the commands I issued were just played back, and they were played back as fast as they could be played. And the end result is I'm in exactly the same location as when I had did my first recording. So it took me all the way through. And I can even add to this session. I can keep going, you know. I can I can die, it's still recording. It's still recording after my death. Okay, I'm gonna hit D again. Okay. Now I should have an even longer string. In fact, I do. But still, all of that activity within the game is just pretty concisely described by this text here. Like, you could actually take this text. Say you've got like a forum or message board or Reddit where you're trying to share tips with each other on how to beat levels. Somebody says, I don't get it. I watched the walkthrough. I listened to all the advice people gave me. I still can't get it to work. And then somebody just says, here, just here. Here's the playback. Just watch it. Okay. And maybe they can slow it down so it doesn't go at this really fast speed. It's fun right now to watch it go fast. Other things I can do. Now that I've got this general capability to record and play back, suppose I wanted to add a feature that is like, explain to me, says the player, why did I die? It's crazy. I didn't do anything. And then the game could be like, okay, press this button if you want to see exactly how you died. We'll walk you through it. You could actually do the opposite, not go fast, go slow. Show everything happening one step at a time, and maybe add some commentary like, here you moved east, and that was fine, and then you went south, and then you came and you went north from here. This is right before you died. You went north, you hit that spike and you died. That's what happened. So it's entirely possible to do things like that. And the nice thing about it is that since this game is deterministic and it could logically be played without any UI, I don't need to store timing information. It doesn't matter to me if an animation is in a certain state. There is one exception to this, and that's when I have level controller scripts playing, which would do things like play some dialogue of a character and then say open a gate after the dialogue had finished. Then it becomes not deterministic solely by the commands. It does actually matter what the timing is. But I may find some workarounds for that to be able to store things correctly to allow for that to happen. Okay, so the second thing to demo, which is not really working that great yet, but it is working. I've added trails to the boxes, or the blocks, I mean. And they're my own trails. They're not Unity trails. It's my own trail system. Because I didn't feel good about the other trail options I had. I didn't feel like they were going to be able to express what I wanted to happen. So I just made my own. And it took me a couple hours, and I'm glad I did it. In this session with not good bandwidth, I will want to refine those trails. I'm looking at my bandwidth and I'm seeing it dip down yellow and red a few times here and there. I hope the session's maintained well enough for me to keep going. I hope it's not looking horrible from the viewing perspective. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna do next. I'll show you one other thing. So when we're broadcasting, you're seeing the game at a lower resolution, and it actually looks super beautiful at a higher resolution. Okay, this is 100% view of a portion of the screen at a high resolution render, which is maybe 16 times as many pixels in it, something like that. So if I shrink it down, I mean, it kind of defeats the purpose for me to shrink it down, because now, if you can see the whole thing, on the screen, then you're getting something close to what we already had when we were broadcasting. Also, let me fix a few things here. But when I go to 100%, you can actually see the nice line weights and everything that I'm so proud of. Too proud of. Ridiculously proud of. That's 50% right there. Okay, go to 100%. And it's nice when this shader gets some extra pixels to play with, because the jaggies on angles, they're not anti-aliased, look fine. I was considering like modifying the shader to have some kind of anti-aliasing, but if I just play it at a higher resolution, the line quality is really good. And also you get to see such a giant difference in the line weight in objects that are far away to objects that are closer. So way down here there is very thin line weight. I think if I did it at the broadcast resolution for Twitch and YouTube, this might still be 1 pixel thick, but there wouldn't be as much of a distinction between 1 pixel thick lines that were closer to you. Now there's quite a bit of distinction there. So yeah. Anyways, it looks glorious in high res. Alright, I'll stop with all my resting on my laurels. Let's get on to new stuff. Okay. So, the things for me to fix on this block. At some point I messed up the prefab a little bit and set this weird catty corner angle. That's easy to fix. The trick here is I want the prefab that gets instanced for all the points in the trail to face the direction of trail movement. And that'll allow me to refine that geometry a little bit to look more interesting. I think you'll see what I mean. The other thing is, I'm not convinced that my method of choosing how long each point in the trail lasts is that good. Right now it's based on time, meaning I have an overall time for the effect to last, but maybe it should be based on like distance traveled. I'm still clarifying my thoughts on that. If I say that and it doesn't really make sense to you, don't worry, it doesn't quite make sense yet to me either. So we can both be confused together. But here's the gist of it. So if I knock this block to the east, it takes the same amount of time for the trail to disappear as if I shoot it off just 3 squares to the west. Okay, and the distance really has a large effect now in what that trail dissipation looks like. I'm still thinking about what the right way to do it is. I think first I'll fix the rotation issue, and then if I've got time, it's not too late, then I'll move on to tweaking the fade out there, the dissipation. All right, one more gratuitous thing. I just want to see one more time that crazy playback thing. It's just fun for me to watch. And after that, I really will start working. Love it. Love it. All right. Okay, first thing, let's fix the prefab. So we go to yeah, I was messing with this a little bit to test something out and just left it. Okay. So just so that I can see the rotation a little more clearly, I'm going to take these points and do something which I don't actually want the end result to have, but it'll let me see if it's facing the right way. Okay, that's weird. Just have this go in just a little bit. Getting those trails going. I want my trails to be happy. What's going on with you, Davey? So let's see. Cool. Okay, let's see. write a function here. It will determine a direction vector. Should I? I think maybe I want to pass Euler angles. I did. That's what I'm working on now, again, to refine it. It was a little bit crazy, but it worked. Now I'm just making it look better. Let's see. CRH. DC equals C2 minus C1. dr equals R2 minus R1. dH equals H2 minus H1. Okay. So yeah, I got a lot more control over how it looks now. I think I'm going to get there. To the beautiful trails I dreamed about. Keep getting texts. All right. Two more. That actually sounds fun. Yeah, that sounds really cool, actually. So can you keep on shooting? Like after you go up, can you shoot again and like go up, up, up? Just I suppose if you don't add some kind of constraints to it, then it just turns into an entirely different game. Becomes like a Moonlander game. Think how to do this. The environment? What do you mean by environment, though? Oh, so, oh yeah. So I did come up a while back with 3 different level themes that I wanted to create, but right now I've just got one theme. I call it Purity, which is the greenish tinted thing. So I get a fair amount of variety out of it with just different lighting, so I may not worry too much about adding another theme right away. Also, I feel like before I go and create a second or third theme, I may be best served to get my assets in one theme pretty well nailed down, because then it's like they become a specification for what has to be created in a different theme. So I can just repeat like the same assets again, but change them up a bit. Might hire an artist to just take those assets and say, make another theme for me. Whenever there's a really straightforward task, then that I can give to a contractor and have them work on it, then I'm interested in paying somebody else to do it. Got a little bit of budget. I got a little bit of money to spend on stuff like that. Not a huge amount. Okay, so let's see. So I want... More. Huh. So you don't know what the... Do you have like some kind of theme or set of parameters that your game has to fit inside of that will be revealed to you at the start, or do you just pick like whatever you want to do? That was the thing I always wondered is why wouldn't you just, if you wanted to win the game jam, have some work that you'd already completed and just pretend you're creating it only during the jam. Seems like you get a big advantage that way. Maybe it's not that competitive. See? But the other jammers, they're going to be doing similar things, I bet. Okay, so I'm going to pass in a normal here. We'll say that. point that fan on there. Hot in here. Start the transition, and then I need to do something where I set the rotation based on the vector. Let me see. That's crazy. Okay. Unity, vector 3. Probably not pass the vector 3. I think the quaternion is going to be more direct. So let's do that. Alright, let's see if it does something fucked up. How's my console doing? I guess that compiled. Yeah. Have you seen the recorded commands playback yet? I'll do it again just for the joy of it. That makes me happy. Yeah, it's a little crazy. Let's see what happens. It was rotated in the right direction that time. That time too. Okay, the rotation is working. Okay, so I can take off that little taper at the end. I was just using that to verify it was pointing in the right direction. Come on. Oh, let's see. Okay. Let's see if this can easily be put back in the right spot. No? Jesus. Dang it. Alright, just eyeball it. I wish Unity and Pro Builder would figure out their snapping strategy. Yeah, like better advice would, for somebody who is trying to do modeling, is just a model in a different program besides Unity. It wasn't really designed for it. But I don't know. Pro Builder's got me through some stuff. It is possible to model things well with it. It's just a little bit tough. I think I've botched this guy pretty bad. I might have to just redo it from scratch, which won't take me long. Yeah, let me do that. Block trail, I'll put you there. Actually, maybe I can fix it with this. No, okay, never mind. Alright, let's create Pro Builder, new shape, cube, build, and this guy there. Okay, that looks right. And this should go, yep, that one's rotating correctly. Now I get rid of the surfaces I don't need. Okay. This new one, take this off, take this off. Set the layer to ignore raycast. Don't need a mesh filter, I can take off that. Actually, I'm not sure if that's true. No, it's the collider I don't need, that's right. Okay. Don't need the collider. I'll leave that for now. Anything else over here? Weirds me out a little bit that the parameters are different. I mean, what if I just go, is that worse? That seems about right. Alright, delete that. This guy's still the same. Okay. And we'll drop this guy. Place it. And over here I'll just delete this. Delete it from my scene. Okay. So let's see what this looks like. Yeah, I can turn that off. I'm still enjoying it. Oops, looks like I left a crazy thing over there. I'll go back and delete it. But okay. Also, I'm noticing that the block has got the old trail on it still. And I want to remove that, so I'm only seeing. Come on, give me the block. get rid of the trail center. Not using it anymore. Okay. And then something's over here. Something I didn't quite delete. It's emitting crazy light. Let's see. Trail. Offset. So weird. Although I got one idea what it might be doing. I think it might be instancing all of the game objects that make up the trail pool in that one spot. They're just waiting there ready to be used. But I don't want them to be visible if they're just waiting to be used. So I should turn off the renderer, I guess, until they're ready. So let's see. Yeah, I think that's what happened. So I will grab the renderer. Let's start. I can encapsulate this a little bit better. This could go a little bit faster. I'll have it. All right. I don't want to scare you, Davey, so I'm gonna turn off the replay of all the actions. So it was freaking you out, and I don't want to freak you out. There we go. Alright, so what do we got now? Also, I should be checking out my console. Okay, that solved the big glowing scary cube out there. It's not a bad trail. I think I like that trail. Yeah, it's very gritty, and the game is all aligned on grids and stuff, which is just fine. It's not supposed to look all organic and realistic. Okay, I feel like I need to set up a better playground for this, so let me do a little modeling. Start a new area. I actually can't wait until the engine is to a point where I can stop thinking about the engine and just do level design. I love making levels. I just love it. I've already been through a few things where the changes I made to the engine made old levels that I created not work very well or look right. I just want to get a few fundamentals down before I go crazy on the level design, which will be a blast for me. I just love making levels. Yeah, I can see that. Box. So the default goal for all the levels is that you get to the exit, and that's it. And then various obstacles in the way of you and the exit cause you to have intermediate goals, like killing monsters or opening doors and stuff like that. Yeah, thank you. I was trying to make them look like those little blocks you play with when you're a kid. Let's see. I'll take a player here if I can grab her. Just move her over here. And player cam. Let's move that over there too. Alright, disable that. I think also just so I have a complete level. I'll put the level exit on there too. Let's stick it way down there. And How to get up there? I need some stairs. Stairs 2. I know, I can't wait to just go crazy with the level design, because I'll get so many kind of grandiose scenes with large distances and stairways going up to crazy places. I just can't wait. And I'm gonna have so much fun with it. Yeah, I suppose it's lucky that in this world you will not die falling from any height. Yeah, it's just kind of fun. I understand you might, in one game, try to be more realistic, but you know, it's fun to shoot your big gun down at the ground and be able to fly a little bit. You know, that's what games are for. Doing things that you could not do in the real world. It's one reason why I think realistic first-person shooters are kind of missing the point. Okay, I'm being totally self-indulgent on the stairway, but I gotta admit, sometimes I just do something to make me happy. This will be the biggest stair I've made yet. Well, I suppose I could also say that, you know, I'm doing a little bit of playtesting here at the same time. So it's not completely self-indulgent. Gotta test what the engine can do. Oh, like the MC Escher one, maybe. Yeah. Alright, so that was definitely a little self-indulgent, but it'll also be fun. And fun is important. Okay, so then we'll hit play. Okay. Starting off here, is that... Oh, there's some kind of problem. What was the problem? Camera's not falling. What's that about? Ah, added these guys in, and they're not syncing yet. Okay. Just for now, I'll take these guys out. Because that's not the problem I'm working on. Letter gate, letter gate, letter gate, letter gate. Okay. Just make a note so I don't forget about it. Put it in the backlog. All right. They stack up nice and high. So one thing I will have to do at some point is make a... That is a thing. So the letter gate that I put there before that had like an issue to fix, if you spell the same word that is on the gate, it closes and becomes solid, and you can walk over the top of it. So alright, I gotta go try the giant stair. Whoa! Some kind of problem right there. It won't let me keep going. Why is that? Why is that? It stops me right here. Huh. Doesn't let me fling up the stair. That makes sense though. Stops me right there. It's a good theory. The way it figures out, you know, if these are traversable or not, is at the beginning of, well, in my pre-processing stage, it'll raycast straight down from the top of this bounding box at each square. The bounding box is this yellow thing. So it should have raycast down, and found a height on one of these squares. I have to figure out which exact square it is. Let me do explicitly. I'll pre-process the level. Okay, so it just raycasted down on all these things, and it saved the positions of all the floors and ceilings inside of one data structure. And when the level loads, it loads in from that file, and it doesn't have to do another set of raycasts. I'm not saying anything obviously wrong. It's a good thought, but there was a time when I got so sick and tired of having to adjust like the areas that the raycasting would be performed inside of, and all the errors that came out of it. I made it automatic. I made this bounding box go around everything, so that the raycast is set directly from that, the raycast length. And I know I've been up here before, and it was fine. Well, I'm just going to try it one more time. Turn off maximize so I can see the console. Okay, stopping again. So let me see. So I need to figure out the exact square, or maybe I don't. Here, let me just set a breakpoint. Why can I not walk? Why can I not walk from this? Oh, that's a good idea, actually. It's interesting. It's stopping me in the middle of my prefab. So that rules out alignment issues. So if maybe I had this prefab positioned a little weirdly, perhaps the raycast wouldn't pick up the heights correctly. But since I'm able to walk on the first few steps of the prefab, it's just midway through that it's botched. It makes me think it's not alignment of the game object. Also, I can see the game object is aligned correctly on even numbers, so it's snapped. So let me go to the debugger. Exactly. Let's go to pieces. Let's say walk. Okay, the debugger is acting a little weird, so let's stop. What is that? I don't like that. Okay. Stop. Rebuild. Or just build. Yeah, it was a good idea. I just didn't see any problem when I looked at it in the scene view. So I'm moving on to the debugger. Then I saw a few issues with the debugger, but I think I can get past them pretty easy. Alright, there we go. God, it's so loud. There we go. Alright. What do we got? Why are you not letting me walk? Probably going to be this one, am I right? Yes, it says does wall block. Okay, I may need to execute that again to see what's going on. Call 40, new row, 25, height, 24. I wonder if we've got some other game object there that's messing up the raycast and it might be hidden. Okay, so my wall height 2, huh? Well, that's up. Yeah, exactly. So it's telling me that instead of going up 1 meter, which is the size of a block, it's going up 2, which would make it an obstacle. Going to return 2. This should be 1. It returned 2. So it thinks that there's an extra thing to climb there. It's just a little too high according to it. Don't know why yet. So go back to the scene view. It'd be right here in this square if it was any place. Just eyeballing it. It's this square right here. Yeah, that's a bit of a cheat, I have to admit. So it's not really noticeable when you're looking at it from the game point of view. But I could correct it at some point. Yeah, but you're right. You're right. She's got her legs kind of disappearing into the step. Yeah, here's the thing. The colliders are only used in that depth scan. After that, they're not used for anything else in the game at all. So, her position moving up the steps isn't determined not by looking at colliders or any of the geometry of the mesh. It's only determined by the previous depth scan. So I could diagnose the depth scan. So because I didn't want to have a lot of calculations performed about what should happen in the game world based on like the actual geometry, I instead wanted to have it be a simpler set of calculations. I did a depth scan right at the beginning to say where are all the ceilings and heights for each square. I put that in a data structure. It looks like there's some kind of issue with it. I think I'm just going to put it in the backlog and come back to it. But also, I'm going to try one more troubleshooting technique. If I just take this, I'll just make a copy of it, go 1 over, same here. The question is, can I walk over here and continue up the steps and go around like the one problem spot? We'll see. Oh, I'm hitting another blockage right here on the ground. What do you think is there? So this blockage is aligned with the edges of the new stair that I placed. And it's blocked there too. Okay. So I got some idea, but I don't want to dig into this bug right now. I'm going to just put it in my backlog. There's some problem that I think I introduced by updating my data structures that store the floor and ceiling heights so that they would not allocate. I moved them into a list. I think I probably introduced a bug when I did that. So let's take this back out. Let's get rid of this guy. Alright, so if I just leave that be, that problem will still be there later. Come back to the mission here. Oh, you're getting the Unity itch. Awesome. That's a better way to spend your time than screwing around with me, man. Now, happy to have you here, but yeah, go have some productive time. Get a little advantage on that upcoming jam there. I'll keep your secret though. I was thinking I needed to have a trail for the downward motion. So if I push these blocks west, you see a trail going horizontally, but there's nothing going down, but it's not extremely visible. Yeah. Yeah, I think I might put it in anyways. I think it would be more visible if I was higher up and there was a further distance for it to drop. Right now there's just a tiny area here where the trail could have an opportunity to show and going down. But if I've got like some really giant pit, like I don't want to miss out on how cool it'll look to have that trail going way down to the bottom of the pit. So I think I'm going to implement it. Shouldn't be too hard. Farkle. Never heard that term before. What is a farkle? I thought I would spare you the pain of typing up a definition of farkle for me. I'll just Google it real quick. Now I'm on board. Oh, Drifter, how's it going? I like it. It's a silly word. Okay, so let me think about this. I think it's something kind of like multi-path. Points. Is that it? Or is there actually, I may not even need that. So I've already got some code for piece fell. I gotta do another search. I know what Direct 3D is. Direct 2D is a thing? Huh. Been out of the Microsoft world for a long time. Oh, I suppose it's not entirely true if I'm coding in C#. Yeah. Take a quick look. Okay, I get it. Yeah. Okay. This may not fit your goals, but so if you want an existing engine for a roguelike, here's the open source one that I made a long while back and other people updated over the last couple decades. So, you know, it's got like tiles and stuff and it's all open source. But I understand. Which code? Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I spent a lot of time on this. This game like finally lets me like address some things that made me slightly unhappy about the first time, the first game. Just stuff I could never get around to, or was like I couldn't easily change what Drod was to have other things I wanted. So it just was like getting painted into a corner. Okay, so I don't think I need to do multipath. So I've got an effect already for piece falling. Yeah. That's true. Back then it was like SDL is what I used for Drod, and I think in those early days when I was writing Drod, they had this thing called WinG, which was the predecessor to Direct 3D. And typically you would not write like proper arcade games for Windows in Windows. It was just like a bad platform. Then they had WinG, which gave you like direct access to the video memory inside of Windows code, and it was like, oh, well, I guess we could write that. I think, okay, GDI predated WinG, because GDI was, I think that was there was at least Windows 3.0. Yeah, and it had just like really slow functions for doing some things like drawing lines and geometric shapes and blitz. Well, then WinG, its big thing was, oh, you can be in Windows, you can write a Windows program, but you can also have access to a memory buffer that maps to the video memory. And then it was sort of like possible to make not quite as performant, but in the same area of performance Windows games. And that was when I was making Drod. I didn't use WinG. I used BitBlit, which was now you've got me doubting my memory. I think BitBlit was part of GDI. Yeah, but the blitz were slow enough that it was a worthwhile strategy to not blit everything on the screen. Like if you had some parts of the screen that weren't changing, you wouldn't perform blitz there, because eventually they'd eat up hundreds of milliseconds and slow everything down, and you wouldn't have anything resembling like it was even kind of wrong to say frame rate, because a lot of times you would just be updating one part of the screen that you needed to update for something happening, and not the entire screen. So yeah, a lot of like localized draws in just one area of the screen to make things run reasonably fast. was a style of coding that I'm glad is gone. Yeah, bitblit, like to do a transparent blit, you had to do like 3 different blits. That sounds right. Tell you, you and me are pretty old, it sounds like. It's like ancient stuff. If I could erase this from my brain, maybe I'd have more space in it. Okay, you're 4 years younger than me. 72 over here. But yeah, so like, I'm guessing, so you growing up when you're like a teenager, maybe you caught the tail end of like Mac 64 or Commodore 64s being awesome, and maybe Atari 800s, and then it was sort of on to Amigas and first generation Macintoshes. Commodore Pets, yeah. And some schools had TRS-80s, and they were the saddest computers. Like, I would rather have an Apple II, a Commodore 64, Atari 800 XL. No, actually, the worst ones were the IBMs, IBM PCs. Ah, yeah, calculator. TI-9948, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. No, TI-99s, were those the calculators, or were those actual personal computers? Yeah. I'll waste some time on this. What's a TI-99? Show me an image. Oh, no, these were a proper personal computer. God, I remember just like seeing a picture of a computer like this in a magazine, not in front of me, and getting so damned excited. Just look at TI-99 magazine advertisement. Yeah, stuff like this would just get me like crazy excited. And then I would know there was some place in the world that somebody had like that one computer and they were doing stuff on it, and maybe not. Maybe I knew nothing about that particular computer, but just knowing it existed would like get me so excited. Let's see. I get that. Yeah, I don't hold on to stuff, but I understand. I understand collecting that. If I was going to collect something, it would be that kind of thing. Yeah, these guys, Compute magazines. Oh, I love these. They have like basic program listings in them, and you can spend like hours typing them in to get some little game going on your computer. Yeah, I totally get that. So yeah, here's my first computer, right here. So this is oh, you could get it for $332 now. So my mom bought this. She was a writer, and she would write on it. And when she was not working on it, I'd say, "Mom, can I use the computer? Can I use the computer?" "Oh, you got one of those? Oh, awesome!" And like you would put a floppy in here, and it would honk like a goose. It just would honk, 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 like that kind of noise. There's no graphics. It's just letters on this screen. But then like people would make games like yeah, yeah, it sort of is a laptop. It's like a 50-pound laptop, but man, yeah, you could haul it around, a luggable. Let me see. My first game programming was this game called Chase that was on the K Pro, and all I did was just change some of the letters in it to be something else. So you call it a mod, I guess. I knew in the ASCII character set there were some characters that looked not like letters, but they looked a little bit like graphics, and I just changed the program to use those instead. They had this text version of Donkey Kong called Ladder. Spent a lot of time on this guy. And I didn't figure out when I had the K Pro, but I couldn't understand why my basic programs were so slow to update the screen, but like these other games would be updating the screen really fast, and it bothered me, and I never figured out why I had it. But anyways, good old days. So far away from where we are now. Yeah, the character remapping. When I had like the Atari 800 XL, I got real excited to be able to customize the fonts and use those letters as graphics. I think I had to use like peaks and pokes. That's what it was. Pokes, writing to memory addresses. I mean, I don't want to be a kids these days guy, but man, it's so much more available. So much more available now. Like, if you just start out with, just go grab the free Unity, start writing code immediately without even writing code. Just drop a few objects down, hit play, and you have like a 3D game, you know? It's amazing. Compared to like what you and I had when we were starting out. Yeah, infinite examples. That's true. It's like if you didn't know something back in the 80s, you had to go to like a user group for people that were also into that computer, and you just kind of like wander around and ask people randomly, do you know about peaks and pokes? And they go, no, but maybe Gary does. And then you go talk to Gary. He's off in one corner of the room. So, do you know about peaks and pokes? Yeah, I know about peaks and pokes. What do you need to know, kid? And then you just like figure out stuff that way. And then you're hoping Gary shows up next week so you can ask him like a harder question. Now it's just on the internet. Yeah. Just, it's all there on the internet. It's awesome. I mean, honestly, it's really great. We complain a lot about how the internet these days is like tearing us apart and making us these horrible people, and our brains are distracted and everything, but duh, it's fucking awesome. You just go and get any information you want. It's all there. So much there. It's also fun doing this BBS stuff and user group stuff. I get that too. Like, it definitely had a thrill of the chase feel to it. But if I had to say one way or the other, which way do I want it like today. I think it's great. People can just find things so quickly and learn so quickly. That's cool. Yeah, that's the kind of thing. It seems like it makes a fun Twitch channel. Did you enjoy it? There's gonna be some end of this lockdown stuff. I don't know when it'll be, but no. Let's see. Okay, so we say from CRH. Let's see what did it do over here. Sounds good, buddy. Let's see what this does. Okay. Let's just check each of the four possible things, or three possible things. Horizontal movement. Six directions. This might do it. Dang it. What now? That looks right. And this should be the vector it returns. And I think it even did return that vector. Question is, why wasn't this true? Okay, dh equals 0. Oh, I'm passing 0, that's why. Well, okay, wait a minute. Yeah, okay, that's it. at it. And that's just for the normal, so that's fine. That's why it appears to work. Okay, so let me fix that. There it is. So I'm thinking about what would look best for an effect where the block is destroyed and returns to the block pad. There's two parts to it. Alright, hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a drink. It's all yours. Alright, back to it. So the question I have for myself that I'm mulling over, okay, the effects remaining. So I think I'm done with this trail. It works for me. I'm not saying it's amazing or anything, but it's got a lot more clarity to it. It fits the style. So the other stuff that remains is a particle effect for when a block is pushed against a wall. And that effect should indicate that the block was destroyed, but it should also show some kind of transition to the block pad. That's one thing. The other is that I would like it that if the stack of blocks that was on top of the block pad, if they would all just kind of go up just a little bit and then come back down. Transporter effect. Oh yeah, like the Star Trek style. Yeah. Alright, what I'm picturing is that the block explodes into bits. Thank you. Did you see? Yeah, I'll do it one more time. You probably already saw it. I'll be self-indulgent. I did get them to get the downward trail too. So it'll look even better when there's a long drop. So I'm picturing just a explosion of little wooden bits, and then the wooden bits go to the block pad and then whoop, come back together. Could animate the other blocks that are already there to just kind of kick up and then settle back down. The block that gets destroyed, it comes up at the bottom. Trick is the results of all your actions are so close to instant. I don't want to slow anything down with animation to wait for it. So like if you start an animation that causes it to show movement from here to here, then you might do something else you might act on the same area where the animation is occurring before the animation is completed yet, and it'll look wrong. I could just do another trail. But it could be a more interesting trail, though. I could do... okay, I think I got it. So, destruction occurs with like a particle effect of like these wooden pieces. It just kind of blows up from that square. At the same time, there's a trail that goes back to the block pad. And I'll have it move at right angles to get there. I might do a little pathfinding to attempt to choose a path that actually traverses in the same way that it would need to reach there without going through other game objects. I think I'm seeing it. Okay, since I've got all the trail stuff loaded in my head, maybe I'll start on that first. I gotta get a little Farkle in this stuff, you know? What's this being used for? Direction. Oh no, this is different. Hold on. Let's see, I want to find the code that will get executed when a block is destroyed. Okay. So this is where I would add some kind of effect for traveling there. don't think there's that many different ways to do this particular part, so I'll just call this settled. Okay, so it's the pathfinding algorithm that's interesting. Your roguelike is going to be text-based? Alright, so your solution is to recreate text-based in with 2D graphics, so you don't have to have flicker? That could be interesting. I kind of like that. And you can use some awesome fonts too. Just find some retro monospace 8 by 8 pixel type things. So the old Windows API stuff too. I haven't done any new Windows development in a long time. But do they still have like the Hungarian notation? Like you would say, carbon SE name. if you're passing a D word, it's DW, big number. Oh yeah? I think this is what I want to do. Okay, so where is this going to be placed? It'll be in locutil, find, path to block that. This is going to be fun to write, actually. I got you. It feels like overkill for what you're doing, I gotta say. But you're saying, but do you, why do double buffering though? Are you doing something that really, like are you worried about tearing in the middle of a frame update or something? You're going to write your second buffer, then you're going to flip, like you've got kind of a direct access to video memory type of a thing. Sounds interesting. Let's see. So let's create the stuff. You got a retro itch. I suppose you're doing that handmade network stuff. You like to get down to the metal. Let's see. I don't know if I need this yet. Let's not add things I don't know if I need them. You know what would be cool with this game you're making, though? Okay, so it's total old school text graphics, but you'll do whatever you want, but I'm just picturing this thing on a modern monitor, like with the whole thing, like maybe 4,000 across, 4 or 3,000 down, like just a ridiculous amount of text characters on the screen all at once. Imagine even like a multi-monitor setup, and if you drag the window out so that it's like so large that it goes across multiple monitors, you just get to see more of the game world. Just an idea. I'm picturing like the 2 monitors in front of me just filled up with rogue rooms and them. Just this delicious giant canvas of interconnected rooms. And since you're so performance focused, like, you would probably be able to pull it off. Let's get rid of that. I don't need the block piece. I just have the piece. Wait a minute, hold on. Look at a different one. Yeah, just passing piece. Okay, cool. Yeah, there's some fun stuff you can do when you can go pure text, you know. Did you ever look at Dwarf Fortress? Which is just an insane game. I never got into it. I just kind of like watched it a little bit. and different videos and stuff. But they at one point said they wanted to do all these complicated things with their game, but if they were going to use regular graphics, they wouldn't be able to do it all, just because it would take so long. I haven't seen Cogmind. Oh, that's pretty. You know, in its own way, it's really pretty. I just kind of wanted to see the image, not look at the page it's in. Let's see. Oh, that's neat. Oh, wow. That's really likable. I think I get a lot of joy out of just things lining up neatly on grids, having them all be quantized. And then this is clearly some very ambitious gridsmanship. Yeah. Alright, let's see what I can do here. Get rid of this. Enumerable. If I get enumerable, do I get a count on enumerable? Path count. Yeah, I do. Okay. Just using link stuff. Nah, I don't want that. Stop being silly. Just pass a list. Okay, say what was the showpiece? Yeah, it feels like you just need a good 2D blitting solution, and then everything will fall into place. But yeah. Like even some libraries that would have a bunch of other stuff besides splitting, you probably don't need it. I don't know. It depends what you want to do. But if you're emulating characters, then like you don't want lines or circles or just splitting. Fast splitting. And I guess double buffering will avoid the flicker. I don't know, shearing something we have to worry about? I guess so. Yeah. I have not thought in terms of going direct to video memory or managing buffers and flipping between the two in the long while. Okay, so let's say path I is going to be start of the path. So I can do trail manager S block trail from path I path I plus 1 if return path I equals path I is less than path count minus 2. So when I get to path I minus, I get 2 from the end. I'm actually 1 from the end. Okay, that looks right. Is it important to you to run this from the console though? Oh, I see. Yeah, but then yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. So you abandon the solution of just outputting text to the console. Yeah. And then your double buffering wouldn't go to the console. Yeah, it would just be like a regular OS app. I don't know what platform you're targeting. I guess Windows. You mentioned a few other things that sounded like Windows, so. Unless as part of your handmade network project, you create the first ever console window that has double buffering and no flickering. I mean, if there isn't already, it does seem like a good creation to have a general purpose text rendering engine. Some beautiful cross-platform thing. What am I doing? What am I doing? Let me see if I can get this thing going. Okay, so I've got showpiece effect that I was calling elsewhere. Let's put that in here too. Show the piece, show position. Okay, so then I go back to block util. This will become block horn effect. That's interesting. Okay, so the path. Find path from current block location to I think it's more fun to, for me it would be to just write my own terminal replacement than to work on the Microsoft one, but as a reference it would be interesting. Yeah, actually it is kind of interesting just having all the source code for such a often used piece of software. Yeah. Just do this. There's some way to shorten this. I hate how redundant it is. Is that not good? No? Okay. Alright, so then this is the fun algorithm. Find, what do I call it? So let me say, just add the first one in. Yeah, I wasn't gonna say it out loud because I didn't want, like, if you really wanted to make a full blown terminal, that's your quest. But I was thinking, well, you start out wanting to make a game, so if you just made an engine that was suited to fast text rendering for games, that would probably be what the world needs. Like, who cares if it's all hooked up to an operating system and it's got like stuff that's really made for running commands at the command line. Somebody else can add that in later if they want. Yeah. Yeah, somebody else can put that in. For the Windows terminal, that's good to know. I want those people in those companies to be at a higher level of proficiency than your average developer. I mean, they should be. So let's see. So if I can use this one. Static. Box. I think this is all I need for now. Let's start with that. guess I don't need these in all circumstances. So I might as well not calculate them on each iteration. Let's say okay, so that's going to go through all of them. So if it looped all the way back around, then I want to catch that case. This is a double break though. This is a break out of 2. Okay, so let's let's put this inside of its own function. I want to. Okay. Here now, if I say break, it's going to take me out of the while loop. Before it gets to a full loop around. But if I went and already checked all 3 iterations, then I'll just pick one and say if dh not equals 0, Okay. Getting pretty close to this being testable. A little bit excited. This could be an infinite loop if I didn't do my logic right. I really want to be careful when I run this in the debugger. Oh, I got it. Oh yeah, there's this stuff too. So we say I gotta put the path segments in. Okay. So I can figure out where to put a path if I remember the previous direction of travel. Cool. Okay. If cool. Sounds like a happy hacking time. I've got about 45 minutes to see if I can get this to work. Then I gotta switch over to cooking dinner. Promise people steak and mashed potatoes. Okay. continue. Alright, fine. No, that's not true. It is changed down here. Oh, that's actually a pretty good catch from Ryder. That probably just would have been instance comparison, which would have been infinite loop. So that's fine. And other thing to contend with. If I don't add this here, I can add it from within the loop. Because it'll start out with one direction that will be seen as new after the first step. So I have to add the point before I move. Just okay. So add 0.0, change direction, add that next point. At the end, I just add the last point to the path. Okay. By the way, Drifter, this is the exact right kind of function to write unit tests for, but I'm not going to do it right now. I got no board. No. No. There we go. That's kind of interesting. No. Be kind of silly, like if you could. There's no reason to do this, but like if you could draw your canvas over the top of a terminal window. So like somebody starts up the normal Windows terminal, and then they type in the command to start executing your program, and then it just like fakes it in such a way that the canvas just overlays the terminal window. There's no point to doing that. I don't know why that amuses me. Okay. Goddamn, this is a lot of new code. Unlikely to work the first time. Very unlikely. So let's try it. I feel like we could have done that in the 90s, and I don't know if we could now. And if we can't, I'm glad if we can't. That was an excellent warning that Ryder gave me. That fixed a bug. Hmm. From 78, 64, 12 to, okay, pretty reasonable. Except this is wrong, so it's going to skip through the whole loop. That's going to fail. Okay. You're hoping for something more complicated. I know what you mean. There's a logical error above. Up at the top, change the favored movement to number 1, and then here I've got some 2 off by 1 errors. Let's hope this gets to the end without going into an infinite loop. Okay, now R is sorted, so it just needs to move over 2 on the column. Cool. So it's adding a corner to the path. Yeah, man, my eyes are giving out. It's like on this particular night, my brain's doing fine. My eyes are just like shot. It hasn't been bad. Actually, it's been pretty good. Okay, so that was a little fucked up, but there was no infinite loop, so I can hit play safely and fix the shit I saw. Okay. Problems I saw. First one. Change that. And next thing is I feel like that'll work better. Oh. God, Writer is really giving me useful warnings. Yeah, exactly. Okay, now it's doing better. Okay, added the first point. That should be the same as the from CRH, the starting point. 78, 64, 12. Yes, good. Stays on the favored movement direction. Okay, now it's turning the corner. So, what's the favored movement? 2. So it's going to go down to west-east. Okay. Added the corner piece. Gotta move 2 more squares to get to the target. Where am I at? Seek 80, 70, 12. Trying to get to 80, 68, 12. Okay, are you still moving? Oh, you're going 1? Hold on. DC is 0? How could that be? Where am I at now? DR is -1? Wait a minute, what? I think I lost track of where I was. $80, 70, 12. Oh, wait, no. That shouldn't be. Seek DC is 1, seek DR is -1. That's fucked. Okay, so I'm guessing. Yeah, it's just holding the value from the previous loop. I just have to reset it. Okay, no problem. Okay, that's gonna fail. Thanks for not infinite looping. Alright, try this again. Okay, so that should turn the corner. Add the corner point. Okay, made it to the end. So I expect there to be 3 points in this. There are. So it's the start. So it'll go south, and then it'll go east. That looks completely right. Okay, no console error. Now let's see what it looks like. Ah. That maybe worked. think was right, but the effect's not working. So let me take a look at what's going on in the effect. Okay, so here it's just got simple path, one segment to it. Yeah, that looks right. Down here, let's say for the first one, let's put the block there. This may not be true. What is path count is 2. Is path I less than that? No, it's not. Need it to be less than path count minus 1, not 2. Okay, that's pretty easy to fix. Any other problems? So down here, I'm saying if I add 1 to the path, which would put it at 1, is it less than 0? This should also be minus 1. Okay, cool. Okay, that worked. There's some issues. I know what they are. It did go along the path, but the durations of each point and how they fade out are not yet continuous. It's not bad. Just gotta fix the timing thing. Oh, it's 9:40. It's about time for me to cook dinner. Alright, I'm gonna put this on maximize for self-indulgent reasons. I'm gonna play around with it for a little bit. And then I'm gonna run off and cook dinner. Yeah, this is how I roll. It's an equation with 2 work shifts and strange sleeping patterns to solve for. Needs a little more work. It's pretty close. Yeah. The thing that's missing is when I made a path from the 2 points, there's different segments that make up that path, and I didn't make it so that the earlier points are continuously faded out altogether, but I'll fix it tomorrow. It's not so much a bug as I just didn't get to that next part yet. Yeah, mine too. I gotta go make some food, drink a little booze, and fall asleep. It's a drifter. As always, thanks for the company. Good luck on the high-powered text-based rogue adventure game. It sounds like it could be quite interesting. I will see you probably, I don't know. I'll see you when I see you. See y'all.